Alrighty then. Well, it looks like every part's in here, which is good. Dakota, what's up? Well, I'm going to be putting together a Spyderco Manx 2 that somebody sent me to put back together. This is a Manx 2 in S110V. And the owner said that he took it apart. I believe he took it apart to put these titanium screws as replacements, and then couldn't put it back together afterwards because of a lack of finger dexterity. Now, unfortunately, with the way that this thing was shipped, the blade is now chipped a little bit. Now, I'm not going to take care of that unless I have permission to do so. Okay, looking good. So it looks like he got this scale back on. Yes, the greatest knife builder that's ever lived. The tiny raccoon fingers of the greatest technician that's ever lived. So what are these, T6? T8? T8. So we're going to take apart and clean it. Since it's already mostly apart, that should be a lot easier. Yeah, I like that guy. He's funny. Knives, I guess. What's up? Welcome back. So at the moment, like I just said, we're going to be cleaning this a little bit better than it already was. Which it isn't terrible, but it's not as good as it could be, so fancy box full of Q-tips and some isopropyl alcohol later. Well, that's nice. What do you mean, surprisingly? I guess not everybody has a super calm life like I do. It's always nice and calm until something goes horrifically wrong. Okay. And that goes with this side. So give this a quick wipe down. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Oh, I didn't do anything last night. No party, no nothing. Okay, so this side is done. Oh. I think I just hung around the house and watched YouTube videos until I fell asleep. I don't know if you guys know or do any rock climbing or anything like that, but how not to on YouTube. They break a lot of shit. Pretty entertaining. I don't think this is an XL. If you give me a couple minutes, I can double check and compare it to one of mine. But this one isn't mine, so I don't know for sure. Okay. Grab me another one of these. That don't feel right. Moves around too much. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. And see. Oh, yeah, that's... Give me a sec, guys. It isn't playing nice. Sometimes these aftermarket screws don't play very friendly with factory parts. And as much as I don't want to force them to work, sometimes you have to. This one has a 3-inch blade. 3.5 if you want to count the... So, yeah. They'll call it 3.5. It's not really 3.5. I need to get me a small Sebenza. I love my large Sebenzas, but I really do want a taste of that, the small one. Cool, so that'll work. Got both of those, beautiful. Okay. Yep, as far as I can tell, it has all the parts, so that's good. Well, I live in Idaho, and I live like 30 minutes from where they're made, and they won't sell me shit. So, lucky you. They don't sell the knives directly anymore. I've heard a few people say that they've gotten them direct, but yeah, I'm trying to get rid of a large Inkosi right now. I just bought it, but I bought it to sell it, so there's nothing wrong with it or anything. Oh. Interesting. Does this one have that? No. Very interesting. This one's backwards. No, it's got inlays. It's a Tonto with inlays. Oh. Someone changing their mind on a Chris Reeve? No way. I would never. Okay, so we're going to put it on this way. Sorry guys, but the stuff that I'm doing right now is not easy to do under the camera because there's a burr on the liner on this knife. It is a pain. Well, how did it go? Oh yeah, I'm always swapping through knives. So at the moment I've got 3, and then yours is in a box ready to ship. I just wasn't able to ship it before the place closed today. But it is ready to be shipped. Yeah, those Tontos are... The bevel on those Tontos is huge. Absolutely massive. Let's see, we want to get this in here. That's not normal. The hell is going on here? This piece is weird. It's not sized like mine was. So that needs to be taken off. I hate Tontos personally. I can't sharpen them with a damn. The other one is in MagnaCut, and I'm going after 520 for subscribers. It isn't a base model, so something's wrong here. I can see why he was probably having issues. Yet, I don't live stream daily anymore. Instead, I live stream randomly. A couple times a week. So you'll have to guess when I'm live streaming. Okay, let's try this again on just this side now. I'll show you here in a minute. Something's wrong here. And I'm not fully able to tell what it is. This piece isn't fitting right. Oh, KO, how do you know that? I just know. There we go. Okay. So this thing's just a massive pain in the ass. Yep. No, I don't want you going all the way through. Okay, so that works now. Now we're going to grease it a little bit. Hey, where'd my grease go? You know, I should make sure that I can see all messages just in case Mac starts talking. I'll probably be reprofiling some Rex 121 here pretty soon. But I've got the right tools to do it, so... Oh, Jesus. You know, I could probably do this easier if I take that spring out again. Then pull this back. Oh, come on. Don't give me that crap. You know, my lightweight was not this difficult. Okay. There we go. So now we've got the blade in. Time to screw this piece in. No, I haven't made the contraption thing yet. Nope. I've actually asked around about getting some engraving done on one of my Sebenzas. Some hand engraved stuff done. But I don't want to drop $4,000 on that right now. Come on. Oh, you piece of shit. Such a temperamental little pile. Ah, yes, the great meme reset of 2026. Okay, so that needs broken in, but that's fine, now that we actually have it together. Well, you're not the greatest knife. Oh, damn it, what did I use earlier? The greatest knife assembler that's ever lived. If you don't get that joke, go look up greatest technician that's ever lived. If you don't get it after that, I can't help you. Nope. Actually, yeah, I do. I have a Spartan. Give me a sec. Spartan Talos in XHP. Okay. Looking good. All right, you have a good breakfast. We'll see you later. I would like a Spartan Harsey plane, but I'm going to be honest. Some of those limited edition pieces are cheaper than the plain Jane, and I probably wouldn't complain about getting one of them. Because looks, when it comes to that kind of stuff, doesn't really matter to me. Oh, interesting. So the screw holes don't line up on this. I can see why you'd have issues taking this thing apart and putting it back together if the screw holes don't line up. Specifically, this last screw hole right here doesn't line up properly. So you kind of have to force it, which there's no other way to put it together. And I hate forcing things like that made out of titanium, but there's nothing you can do. So now that they're all tightened down a little bit, need a T8. Time to loosen things up a little bit. Oh, damn it. Anyone want to guess what's wrong now? I actually reprofiled a Harsey folder here recently and sharpened that thing. Actually had a pretty good heat treat for S35VN. I was quite impressed. Definitely slept on, but the problem is that they didn't sell very well. No, not blade centering. There's a click sound that it makes whenever I try to pull that back. And I think that's because I put the cage in backwards. Unfortunately, I have forgotten the fruit snacks. Which you wouldn't think that you could put the cage in backwards, but that's my only possible explanation for what could be wrong. Yeah, I knew I'd lose a subscriber from that. But Aiden of all people, that's a huge loss right there. Okay. I think... Nope. Have to pry. Okay. Pull that up. Put the blade up. Pull the blade out. Then pull the cage out and flip it over. All that for... You know, I can see why he didn't want to put this thing back together. Or I think he did, but... No, I can see the issues, definitely. Put the spring on, and then up, over. High impact ceramic, what? Like a blade made out of that, or... Okay, come on, give me the screw. Holding this sucks. Oh, thank God. Pro tip. Don't take these things apart. If you pay me enough, I will. I think last time I said it was $500 a jar. I have no experience with it whatsoever. Maybe they have. But I could afford one knife that I want with that kind of money. Sorry, the fart in a jar market has gone down in value lately. Lucky for you, though. Yes, I know Fart in a Jar Martin. That comic was funny. Well, I have no guarantees that the value or that market value will go up anytime soon. Oh, yep. Nope, I was right the last time. Now it won't open. Son of a bitch. It's my fault for taking it apart. Yeah, the price of gas is dropping too. Both gases, if you know what I'm talking about. Sharp Life, what's up? Here in a minute, we'll go and get that in Cosi that somebody wanted to see. Yeah, they were supposed to send me an olive lenta. We made a deal, and then they never kept up their end of the bargain, so not super impressed with them at the moment. They ghosted me. I am smart a lot of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. No. One of my subscribers bought this, and then I think that he bought a set of aftermarket screws for it that are blue titanium. And then he took it apart and couldn't get it put back together. His claim was he doesn't have the dexterity in his fingers that he used to. And I said that that's fair. He also sent me a Microtech Ultratech to put back together. Yes, I would much rather have a woman ghost me again than another company like that. That sucked. Got all excited because I was like, I think I was one of their first 50 followers on Instagram. The ball bearing is in here. You probably won't be able to see it, but it's in this cage, this black thing right here. Oh, come on. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys not to buy from that company. I'm just going to say I'm not happy with them at the moment. I was talking to the owner of either the owner of the CEO of the company, and it was all going great. And then, they never got back to me. I reached out a couple more times just to see if it would go anywhere. And yep, didn't go anywhere. So there was a regular in here that I was supposed to email. This thing's weird. It's plastic. God, something feels wrong about that. Because you pull back and there's a little bit of give, and then there's a... You mean this piece? Feels like stainless. Everything on this thing's stainless, except for the screws are now titanium. That doesn't feel right. Hey guys, does anybody else own a Manx that isn't a lightweight with the liners? You own 3. Okay, 2 questions for you. 1, can you pry the back of this apart a little bit? Is that just how they are, that you can pry that apart? No? Nope. Hell no. I think we have a problem. No, yeah, okay. Okay, better question. This will make more sense here in a second. Oh yeah, no, this all fit just fine. There's nothing back here holding it together, because this lanyard barrel isn't pressed in like it is from factory. So where the back is normally pressed together and these things are a bitch to take apart, this doesn't have that, because this has been broken out a little bit to get it apart to replace it with titanium hardware. No blade play. Little blade play, not enough for me to worry about it. The back screw, it's all fine. Other than this being a little bit squishy. Like, you can pull it apart a little bit. Well, actually, you can pull it apart quite a bit. And this one's as tight as it'll go without interrupting action. Overall, I'd give this, I don't know, like a 7 out of 10. The lightweight was pretty easy. I don't know what Loctite would do, because the lanyard barrel there has no threads. Super glue could be an option, actually, but Not my knife, not my choice. Y'all are acting like I'm made of tools. What I could do, and this isn't my knife, so not my choice again. But I could put like a small ball peen hammer in here and then hit the back of that hammer with another hammer, and it would peen it out a little bit. Probably about as good as it should be. I could do that on both sides, but if you do that, it will not come apart again. Now, as for other not so good news about this thing, give me a second, I'll show you guys. No, titanium's really malleable when it comes to Yep, I'll ask the owner what he wants done. It needs broken in. The blue thread lock that I use doesn't work worth shit, so I might have to buy some Loctite brand stuff. I think you meant to say Loctite, not lactate, but yeah, I don't believe that. It needs to be free of oxygen. That's the biggest problem. And with something so small, a section that's so small, it's not going to be... Oh, he sent it to me to put it back together. He was having issues putting it back together. And I can see why. That thing was a pain in the ass to put back together. So give the guy some credit. He did try. It is S110V. And yeah, I personally do my own customization as well. Especially when I'm doing more full custom stuff. Like, I'll buy aftermarket parts, but I have the finger dexterity to put it all back together without any issues. And that's what his issue was, is that he doesn't have the finger dexterity to put it back together. What the hell is that? Oh yeah, so you come off with a fingernail, but you won't come off with... Give me just a sec, guys. I'm wiping this thing down with some isopropyl alcohol. Okay. Yeah. No, I greatly appreciate him not ruining his knife to, he said he's going to pay me to do it. I'm not sure how much I even want for it, because it really isn't all that bad. It kind of sucked, but, you know, it's not hard for me. Now, for the other knife that he took apart and couldn't put back together. Anyone want to guess what that was? I've never taken one apart before. I'd love for somebody to throw a guess out there and get it right. I do want a Gale Bradley. That would be a very nice knife. But I have another knife that I've been looking at too. Yes, I did already say it, but I won't spoil it. Or you won't spoil it. I appreciate that. It is not a stitch. I think a stitch would probably be easier. It's an Ultratech. I took an Ultratech apart and couldn't get it back together. Now, I've never watched a video on these, on how to take them apart or put them back together. But I did do a little bit of fiddling before the live stream because I was curious. So right here we have a Microtech Ultratech, an M390, of course, made in April of 2022. It's in pretty solid condition for a knife this old, especially when they use aluminum instead of titanium, which I find very annoying. But I get it. Anyway, the biggest issue here, I won't be putting this thing back together tonight. I will be putting it back together on a later date. And the reason is, he didn't send the tool with it. So I have every part of the knife, but I don't have the tool to put it back together. Oh, my upper back. Fuck. Yep, I don't have the tool that they use for their screws, because I don't own any Microtechs. And my buddy who does have the tool doesn't know where he put it, so we're shit out of luck on that. However, I do think I've figured out how these things go together, and it's not as complicated as I thought it was. There's just a lot of parts when it comes to, there's like 6 screws, and the rest of the moving parts are barely anything. So I'll show you guys how these things go together. There's 2 springs. some linkage, and then the rest is just screws. Okay, and the last spring is still in there. The last spring in there is tiny. Yeah, but I'm not driving my ass to Arizona to get it, so... Okay, linkage. Goes here. This piece has a keyway. That keyway goes into that hole right there. Like that. Okay. Now this is the main piece where all the action happens. Now this one is slightly longer on right here than the other side. So this side, what you're going to want to do, which is weird, is push this forward, push the blade forward, then pull this back. This piece will sit on this cutout on the blade right there. And then the spring will sit in this cutout on the linkage. Then you're going to pull back on the linkage and pull this, stretch it out until it sits on the end of the linkage. I'm not going to do that right now because that puts this under a tiny bit of tension. And if you do that, then something could go flying. Then there's a spring that goes into here, in that round hole right there. And then this cutout right here is what this piece sits in. So you're going to put the spring in there. And then you're going to do all that. And then you put the front plate back on, and then you screw it in. It's really not as complicated as it would seem. I thought that these things were like really, really complicated, and honestly, without looking it up, I figured it out pretty easily. Then again, I am fairly mechanically inclined. Oh, I found it fascinating too, because I would have never opened it up either. But I did all that. I figured all this out without looking it up. But you got to keep in mind, when I was a kid, I also took everything apart. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not doing it with an infidel. I've heard that those things suck. So, I think I'm good. Now, my only question... I have been unable to figure it out. Not that I want to, but can you get the blade to come out? No, I've never taken any halos apart. This is, again, my first OTF that I've ever taken apart. Or that I've ever had apart. So I will have put together more OTFs than I've taken apart. And I'm sure it will stay like that for a while because OTFs aren't my thing. I don't really like OTFs. Specifically because they all have this stupid glass breaker on the end of it. Nope, like I said, this is the only OTF I've ever had taken apart in front of me. But I'm glad we got one of the two knives finished tonight. I'd never use it. It's just going to sit there. So here's the thing, right? A lot of the knives with the glass breakers, I'm not saying that these ones specifically are sharp, but a lot of the glass breakers are. And I just don't like the thought of, because I've had it happen before where I'm sticking the knife in my pocket, and as I go to push it into my pocket, I stab myself with the glass breaker. Not comfortable. However, here in the next couple of days, completely different subject, by the way, I'm going to have some aftermarket washers come in for bug outs. I'm going to be making some aftermarket washers. They're probably going to be between 15 and 20 bucks, which I know that's a lot of money, but you guys will see. They should be badass. Like, quite possibly some of the best aftermarket washers on any knife, if I can get it done right. So we'll see if I can get it done right. I'm going oversized by about 2.5 millimeters. So instead of being 9 millimeters, they are 11.4. But I will be doing something that I've never seen anybody do to them. I don't know if I'd really worry about the durability, to be honest. The plan is to make them a little bit thinner, though. Because I don't know if you guys have ever measured a bug out, but the space between the scales in the back and in the front is different. But yes, it should be a lot smoother, because I plan on putting holes through them. If you guys have ever seen a Chris Reeves Sebenza taken apart, you will know what I mean when I say holes. Less surface friction, because there's less surface area contacting the blade. And optional, but I don't know if it's going to work well for that, having places for you to put grease. I'll be testing some things. It's unfortunate because I only got 10 washers and it was like 60 bucks for the 10 of them. So that's why they're so expensive at the moment. If they sell, if these things actually sell, then I will be hopefully making them for a little bit cheaper. We'll see. It just depends on if people want them. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the same washers should fit the Osborne series as well. I'm not sure if they'll fit on the Freak, but I am pretty sure that they will fit on the Osborne. Squeak. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. If it goes well, sweet. If it doesn't go well, then oh well, you know. Not much we can do about that. Is there anybody who would actually be interested in buying those? Always. Guess we'll see when I put them up for sale. I'd rather sell them direct, but I wish you luck on that one. Now, I gotta go get a hold of somebody real quick on Instagram. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about that until it happens. I'll put it that way. I need to tell him that I'll be pulling the hey, I'm getting the Nkosi out. Yeah, I wouldn't even be mildly worried about it. They're doing something similar to Sandrin, but they're not related, I don't think. I did talk to them. Sandrin followed them after I did, which is also kind of sad. Just wish I wasn't ignored by them. Dakota, welcome back. I'm assuming you got my message. They could be supplying the material, but you'd think that they would follow them as soon as the account was made, if they were doing that. So for a little while, I have a Manx to look at. So here's what the Nkosi looks like with the Tonto blade. Huge front bevel. It looks like they've got a micro bevel on it too. Now I tuned this myself. It is nice and smooth. Oof. But I bought it to sell it, so I'm just not very good with this knife. I'm more used to my Sebenzas than I am with the Nkosi. But it is a very nice knife. And I'm sure that the next owner is going to love it. It is a glass blasted finish, yeah. I prefer the glass blast over the sand blasted. You can never really tell on the camera. I'm going to be honest. Like, you can't tell the difference unless it's scratched. I don't know if I can hold it for that long, dude. But we'll see. I would like to bring up the only issue I have with this knife. And that is that they fucked up on the bevel a little bit. Right here. Where it is larger up here than it is down here. Don't get me wrong, I'd like to get it to you, but I'm always buying and selling stuff, and having $500 in inventory sitting here is, for a while, isn't fun. Well, I could just drop by the the shop where they're made and have them redo it, but then I'm removing material that you don't need to have removed. Shit, I could do that myself, but I'm just not going to. It's on the first edge, the first factory edge, so we'll leave it how it is. Now the grease that I used for this, okay. The grease I used for this one, instead of using the grease that came with it, I used the grease from one of my Sebenzas. So, as far as I'm concerned, that grease is still completely unused. My question for you, Dakota, is how long do you think it would take for you to have the money for it? It's not tight. There's a lot of friction on this one. And it has been glass blasted once. It had some scratches on the pocket clip that were pretty deep. And I told them I just want it reblasted, so they did that. Turned out beautiful. Thing looks brand new. Now here in February, if I'm lucky, I have a chance at a small Nkosi. Or no, in January, this month, I have a chance at a small Nkosi Tonto, plain Jane. And well, if it's still at the shop that I'm looking at. If it's not, then oh well. But if it is, then I'll have another Nkosi up for sale as well. That one will be dropped off to be reblasted as well. But that one is sandblasted. No, I hate Tontos. That's why I'm buying it, to get rid of it. I know somebody likes Tontos, and I would love for them to have their dream knife at a good deal. That's what I try and do, is I try and get people their dream knife for as cheap as possible. It's not a guarantee. Somebody might buy it before me, but my favorite blade shape is sheep's foot. Dan Stan, welcome back. We're talking about a knife that I might be able to get my hands on the 22nd. So here's my running issue at the moment. I have two things that will be ready soon. And I'm talking about either this month or early next month. Okay? My Sebenza is going to be done in the shop soon. And that Nkosi is going to be going on sale soon. So I'm likely going to buy the Nkosi, and then I'm going to sit there and have to deal with the fact that my Sebenza's done and I can't afford to go pick it up right now. So that's fun. God, thinking about February, that reminded me of the old Xbox 360 days where you'd get like a month of free Xbox Live, and I would redeem it on the end of January, so that I got January's free game, I got February's free game, and I got March's free game for 1 month. It's just having some work done. You guys will see it when I get it back. It's pretty cool. Depends. What are you looking for? I do a lot of digging and looking around, so I just sit there and look for shit online. It's kind of like I do a finder's fee kind of a thing. But I've decided that I'm never buying something for somebody else specifically because they want it ever again. Speaking of which, I haven't brought it up yet, but this thing's up for sale now. There's a Carruthers fixed blade at a pawn shop near me with black micarta scales, I believe. I can. There's other people in the house right now. And the Carruthers is way more expensive, so give me just a sec to look that one up. Carruthers Performance Knives. $3V. Yeah, I think it's one of these. The FK3. I know it's not a sword, so I can't help you with the sword side of things, but I could probably get you one of these with black, kind of like salt and pepper looking scales. Oh, it is one of the ones you were looking for. It's expensive at the pawn shop though. Um, I need to talk to them first and see how low I can get it for. At the moment, they have it priced at 1,000, and I'd much prefer to get it for less than that, for both of our sakes. Because I really don't want to have... Yeah, I know. How much would you be willing to spend on it? And I'll see how close I can get. They've been sitting on it for a bit. They've also got a small Sebenza, but it's overpriced right now. Yeah, you could. Ben, what's up? How's it going? I'll see how low I can get them. If you want to send me a message on Instagram or something, it'd be great if you could. Oh, I only go through Cash App at the moment. I do need to clarify that. But I'd like to keep in contact about that and see if we can maybe work something out on that. You have 0 social media? Gross. Let me, I've got an email. I just hate emails. Why do you keep getting kicked off? What are you uploading? I don't know what BST means. Oh, okay. I can see where that facts and science thing is going. I don't know if we're thinking of the same thing, though. So that knife is a Carruthers, what was it, FSK or FK3? FK3, Field Knife 3. I'll go check the pawn shop and see how much I can get it for. My problem is I need upfront payment for something like that. I can't take a hit of $1,000 or anywhere near that much. Aiden knows about that FK3. I sent a picture of it to him before. Oh, I sent a picture of it to him. I can show you a picture of it. This is your year to be a mod. People are struggling right now. Uh, almost every pawn shop in my area has a Chris Reeve of some sort right now. That is a ton of money. And one of my local pawn shops has one on pawn right now. And I'm kind of, I don't want to be mean, but I kind of hope that they don't get it out. Kind of. Any day now. This was a while ago when I sent that picture. No, you can't. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was wrong. It's just black. Black 3V. With standard screws. It's a great looking knife. I just don't have that much money to drop on it. Really comfortable too. It actually fits the hand quite nicely. But yeah, they had that at the pawn shop, and they still have it, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while. They might not, but they probably still do. I'm not going to test that. Can you do me a favor and send me an email with the knife that you're looking for? And I'll see if we can work something out on that. I'll show you where my email's at here in a sec. Right now I'm writing down knives that I need to look for. And my email is right here if you want to screenshot that. And then I'll see if we can get something worked out. Tomorrow I will likely go to the pawn shop and take a look. And see if I can talk them down. We'll see. I'm not writing down the blade steels today. I haven't done that in a while though. No way. This samurai guy knows what SM100 is as well. It's beautiful, though. Okay, so I'll look for that while I'm at the pawn shop. Better yet, I'm probably just going to the pawn shop to look for that. I have nothing else that I'm looking for at the moment. And do you have Cash App? No way. He knows how to sharpen serrations. I haven't even tried that shit. Beautiful. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I smudged it all over the fucking place. Because of course. Of course I did. Well, I'm assuming just about anything is easy as long as you have the right tools for it. My current problem, I don't have the right tools for it. Yeah, but I'm broke and I don't want to spend money on sharpening serrations. I have like 2 knives that have serrations. No point. Alright, so we'll get that looked for. Is there anybody else who's looking for anything? You know what was really funny? Was a while back in October, I believe, I was a Benchmade 171. I probably don't, but I'll bet you I can find one. Well, maybe not find one. We'll see. Yeah, I can't help you with the girlfriend thing. Let's look that up real quick. See what it is, and then I'll tell you. I don't have one of those. "10 inches of M4. Damn. Oh, and that's an old knife, too. There's a Blade HQ video on it from 14 years ago. Well, let me do a little bit of digging. Here's the thing, though. If I find something like this that's been discontinued for like 12 years, I'm going to send you an email about it, and immediately you're going to have to hop onto it or something like that. It's kind of like getting the call from Rolex. You better have the money ready for it, because when I find one, Now let's see. I love commissions, but I haven't made any, so I'm actually losing like $60 on this thing. If I want to sell it competitively, that's the issue. My fault for buying it for $190. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. Do you have the money for both this and the Carruthers, or do you just want one or the other? Just a sec, I'm still looking. Does that Benchmade have a name? And let me see how much these things are going for on eBay. And I'll give you a price based on that. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that kind of money. I have that kind of money in inventory. Yet Aiden knows what that's like. Yes, I don't sell fake Benchmades. I do my research on them before I buy them. And when I buy them, I double check them when I can. So the problem is I bought it for $190 because I had somebody who agreed to pay me $220 for it after I mirror polished the edge. And that guy fell through, so now I'm stuck with this. And I would ideally like my money back. However, I doubt I will get my money back on it. So like 135 and I'd be happy, I guess. I don't know. No clue what the angle is. I sharpened it by hand. I don't know. Roughly 20 degrees, but no promises on that. And that mirror polish did not take very well either. Oh, never mind. It looks pretty good, but you can still see lines. Oh yeah, I use super lube on everything nowadays. Yeah, it's freehand done. So I don't know my angles. What's your Cash App? I'm buying that right meow. Okay. Uh, First three are capital. The rest isn't. And as the note for the sale, please put your address and double and triple check your address. Or P.O. box or whatever. I really don't care where I send it. As long as it's in the US, I don't really care. Well, it's nice that that thing sold so quickly. I just wish I could have sold it back when the market was still up. My fault for giving a guy a chance. So here's the full story about this knife. Is one of my subscribers. Well, I might as well wait until he's back anyway. This is a mini Adamas. I have two of them. Now, the mirror polish took very well on mine. Do you want that money back? Shipping's included in my pricing. Okay. Let me get that checked out and yeah, I definitely don't have that kind of money to just oh, I want that now. Beautiful. Awesome, I'll get that taken care of. Yeah, so as I was saying, the mirror polish didn't take super well on the other one because the 16K lapping film that I used, I don't have those things set up yet, and they're up in a different room. The 16K that I used on it was completely clogged by the time I got my hands on it. I do want to test that real quick, if you don't mind. So this is probably going to be really loud. Yeah, still fine. Which is about what I expected, to be honest. I'm pretty sure that I've spine tapped all these things. But for peace of mind, it's always nice to know. Yeah. Well, with the amount of knives that I buy and sell all the time, most of the money goes straight back into buying and selling more knives. But every once in a while, I sell one knife and I take a decent chunk of the profit and buy something for myself. Unfortunately, this year I can't be doing that all the time. Because now, another question, do you want this shipped out tomorrow? Or do you want me to check in on the Carruthers and then if you want that as well, ship them together? You know, I should really get a higher grit stone. Does anybody make resin bonded diamond stones that are like 15,000 grit? Is that even an option? Sounds like a plan. Resin bonded diamond stones. And we'll go for not Fineve because I don't really care who makes it. $15K resin bonded diamond stones. Maybe, maybe not. Hey. Well, it looks like these guys don't make them yet. But they say coming soon. And I'm thinking like 6K on one side and oh, 285. Hmm. I need to know how thick they are. No, but I'm at that level, and that's what the problem is that nobody else is. That's what I need for my next set is probably either a 5 or 6K and then a 15K. I love that. So they don't have any description telling you how large they are. And no pictures. I don't think that I've ever done that. Nope, that's not true. Leading up to the purchase of my second Sebenza, I was checking in on that listing about 4 times a day. The funny part about that Sebenza was somebody else said that they wanted to find a Sebenza for $400 or less in MagnaCut, and I said, it's going to be hard to find, but I'll find one. And within like 10 minutes, I found one. And he was like, oh, cool, I'll think about it. We thought about it and ended up not buying it because he didn't want it, apparently, or wasn't prepped for me to actually find one, which is why I said you need to be ready for that call, kind of a thing. Anyway, where I was going with that was I ended up buying that one. No, I found it for 400 and I bought it because he wouldn't. He didn't buy it, so I bought it. I don't care. It looks like these things are 1 by 6. 1 inch by 6 inches, and that's really small. I'm looking for like a 2.5 to 3 by 8. I got a good deal. I'm not going to tell you how much I paid for that in Cosi, but I underpaid for it by a lot. I got a really good deal on that. Damn, that sucks. Is there anybody who makes a 15K resin bonded diamond stone that's like 5 mil thick? I know that's a stupid question, but you know, I want one, so I prefer the Para 3. Fits my hand better. I'm not going to say that the PM2 is a bad knife, though. How much are we talking? I'm talking about sharpening stones at the moment. High-end sharpening stones for high grit finishing. That thing's heavy. I don't regret buying the scales, but I've thought about putting the stock ones back on. At what point do we call it polished? The finish. At what grit is it considered polished? No, I like their G10 as well. I just prefer titanium. Now these are zirconium. They're heavier than titanium by quite a bit. But they were like 35 bucks, so or they were 29 bucks. I don't have any Medfords, nope. There's a lot of stuff I can get my hands on, but it takes time. Or, better yet, I can help you find things that you're looking for. I can't make any guarantees, though. I can get you a used spy opera. Not this one, this one's mine, but you'd be better off buying it off eBay for $275. I don't know. If you're comparing the PM2 with the military, This thing's huge. Hey, my thumb finally healed. It's about fucking time. Only took 2 weeks. Fucking piece of shit forced me to carry a PM2 for the whole time. I couldn't close anything with a frame lock or a liner lock for 2 weeks. Oh boy. I don't think that I'm going to like the cost of these things. Yeah, but I got that thing for like $200, so I can't complain too much. Now, where do I buy it? Shop. I wanted one, not 0.1. Damn it. There we go. These ones are the small ones, though, huh? Yep. Don't get me wrong. I can sharpen with small ones just fine. The thing is, I'm going to skip straight to the 1. I don't need the 2.5, and I don't need the 0.5. Ooh. Yeah, you're right. Ooh. I like where this is headed. Mm-hmm. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. If you haven't ordered a 1x6 stone set from me previously, I'll cancel your order. I did not set out to make bench stones, and I also don't advertise that you should use my abrasives freehand. Yeah, I don't give a shit about that, but the fact that he's just going to cancel the order, I'm going to say that it's probably not going to help me. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, you've bought from him, that's fair. Yeah, but it's kind of like Ferrari where you're not paying. Well, it's Ferrari if they were good, where you're paying for a quality product, not for a name. Are these resin bonded or are these something else? I don't remember worth a damn at all. Extremely tight in QC, yeah. Oh, they're vitrified. Damn it. I really don't like the vitrified stuff. No, don't get me wrong. They're good. The vitrified stuff is good. I don't like the soaking. I don't like how long it takes for the vitrified stuff that I have to soak. So then lies the question, is it still splash and go? What do you think I am, a master at sharpening? Dude, I barely started this shit like 2 years ago. Where'd the top of my little box thing here go? There you are. Serrated. Shut up. I don't remember when, like, I kinda started a couple years ago, but I didn't really get into it until early last year. So it's probably been about almost a year of actual trying. So a full size Adamas that's half serrated. Somebody's already paying on this one. I don't normally do the payment schedule things because I really don't like doing it. But it's one of my mods. Hey, I got good with that natural Arkansas stone. I mean, Arkansas. This one needs sent in, and I keep on putting it off. Oh, my back. It's got a lock rock, and one of the screws is stripped. Actually, they're great for, I'm not going to say high hardness, but like 63, 64 HRC Magna Cut, they're great for touch-ups. Not touch-ups. Burr removal. They're great for burr removal. Although that stuff doesn't really show up with a burr. But because all it does is wear away the burr that's already there, and it doesn't take much off of the actual edge, it's really nice for stuff like that. And that's why I bought it. It helped with, I think, 15V, getting the burr off of, not that it had a big deal either. I've also got this thing I need to get rid of. No, I like the synthetic stuff. I like the diamond plates too. I can send you to somebody who can. Who's better than I am. If you want to look them up, the guy's name on YouTube is Outdoors 55. Dude's way better at sharpening than I am. Highly recommend watching his videos. He's where I learned a lot of the shit that I've learned. Dare I say most. The rest of it was just practice. And my dad helped me with starting. Yeah, I'd say at that point you probably needed to tighten it up. That sucks, man. Yep, it all takes practice. But you need to be practicing correctly, because if you're practicing wrong, then you need to fix your bad habits before you get good. Like this one I'll sharpen, but I need the guy's permission first. It's got a chip taken out of it. Can I? Nope. But yeah, I need to get rid of this thing too. I don't want to stick it on eBay. That's my biggest issue. Yep. You got to practice on minimum D2. If you practice on the super soft steels, you're not going to have a good time. You're going to sit there and get mad because it just doesn't work out the way that you think it should. The cheaper the steel, the harder it is to sharpen. It is 154 cm, and it's a search and rescue knife, so the tip is blunt, so that when you're cutting clothing, you don't stab somebody. Yes, it's chisel ground. God, you say ew about the chisel grind, but you don't say anything about that? A flathead for the pivot? Shame. Or the fact that these things are like 250 bucks. If that guy that handed me that had me sharpen that Emerson the other day wanted a symmetrical grind, I could have done it. This can be serviced without tools. Or not. Well, no, actually, I think you could. Yeah, you could service this without tools. Because you can take the pivot out without tools. Yeah, it's not a bad knife. I specifically got the stainless steel one because it it has a better steel than the black version of it. But also because it was on clearance for like 28 bucks instead of the 50 something that they were wanting. In another room. Again. I'm greasing the O-ring. Yeah, this one came in 12C27, which is the only reason why I bought it. If it wasn't in 12C, I wouldn't have bought it, because the other option was 4116, and 4116 was just garbage. Well, it looks like I'll have to put the Emerson up on eBay. Or I could just drop the price on Blade Binge. The other one was in 12C27 as well. And yes, I don't think that they tempered it. It was extremely hard. Well, 4116 is garbage when it comes to knife steel. At least every time that I've ever handled it, nobody's heat treated it right. Squeak. There's nothing you can do about that, really. I mean, if they heat treat it like garbage, they heat treat it like garbage. What are you going to do about it? The only reason I'm still, like, decently okay with CRKT is the free parts requests. Same thing with Kershaw, except Kershaw's been making some decent stuff lately. I don't think CRKT has changed anything in a while. So this one's an 03SS. And for a whopping $28, it was a decent deal. Not like a great deal, but decent. I won't buy 1095 for their prices. I also don't buy fixed blades. I've got a tops that I've been trying to get rid of for months. It's an N690. Nobody wants it. I've got a lot of shit that I haven't been able to get rid of. Yeah, so then yours is in 12C27 as well. Well, they're made in eastern Idaho. And from everything that I've seen, they are overpriced. But this is just based off of materials. I haven't watched anything or any videos or anything on them. All I'm basing my info on is the fact that they use subpar materials for extremely high prices. If you can get one used, that's great. There's actually used tops at another pawn shop near me. Thing's ugly as shit, though. I can't help you with finding that other one at the moment. But I'm sure you could look it up. Let me show you that other one. I don't remember what the name of it is. It's just short and fat. Give me a minute, I'll find it. It's kind of like this, but smaller. Nope, not at the moment. I have one knife in 20 CV and it's on hold. I do have a knife in M390. It's pretty small though. Well, it's a 2-inch blade. AJ, you have a good one. We'll see you later. It's an MKM Isonzo in M390 in titanium. Designed by Voxnez. I've got a book full of shit that I'm trying to get rid of. Well, a couple pages, but give me the damn book. Here's the first page. When you're ready for me to flip the page, tell me. Now, what is that fat little knife that I'm thinking of? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Clyde. It's really sad every time that I say. Yep. Give me just a sec. I'm still looking for that tops. So that is a Torino in carbon fiber. And Long story short with this one, I was opening a package and there was something metal in the package that destroyed the edge, so I resharpened it myself. It's now sharper than it was from factory. Bearings. It's on ceramic bearings. At least that's what the listings said. I bought it directly from them because Blade HQ wouldn't come back with it, so I told them, if you order it, I'll buy it from you. And they said, we're not looking to order those right now. And I said, fine, then I'll just buy it from them. So I bought it from them. Could have made like probably around $50 for me. You can do a parts request on the CRKT website somewhere. I don't think that you can order scales, and I don't think that you can order a blade. But other than that, I think just about every other part you can order for just about any knife that they still make. I like the lock. The problem is the lock material is aluminum on this one. This one hasn't had any issues, but my first one did. And my first one developed lock rock after some use. It's almost like they didn't design it to be used. And I was cutting some cardboard with it, and yeah, they said that they'd never seen that happen before. So I sent it in and they sent me a new one. They should have used either steel or titanium. I completely agree. Aluminum was a terrible choice. Any day now, I'll find this knife that I've been looking for. I kind of wish that Google Lens would work better, where you could draw something, and if you draw it good enough, then it'll show up with the actual thing that you're looking up. Instead of you draw a car and you draw it perfectly, and then it still shows up with just drawings of other cars. The more interesting stuff at the moment is all on that second page. There wasn't a whole lot past the second page at the moment. We've got the Isonzo, a few Kershaws. I don't know where a lot of these are at the moment. I can find them because they're all in boxes. I just don't remember what boxes. Chris, what's up? How's it going? Yep, we are this year buying and selling knives until I can afford to start a knife company. Yep, it is an old one. This one's the other serrated one. Serrated and a Tonto, both things that I hate. Give me a sec and I'll find out which one you're talking about. No, I just have two knives that are serrated. The other one was the full size Damascus. Nope, this one's in 9CR. 9CR13. Yep, Little Native sold. The other HK. Did I have another HK? This is the 14450. Oh, the Vex. Oh, you're really going to make me go upstairs. Okay. This one's a Manx. Or a Manx 2. I'll be right back. Do it. All right, where's the Vex? I've got a few bug outs for sale too. Actually, it only squeaks when I lean back. Nice try though. Don't tell me the Vex isn't in here. Son of a bitch. Where are you? It's in a different box. I've got a few that I don't have listed on that I keep forgetting about. I don't know, that Thomas Spirograph Damascus. It's like $5,000 on eBay. Oh, it's beautiful. So here's the bug outs. I've got mini sheepdog in 4V. No, it's one leak and a launch. And the launch is a factory seconds. Is what black? I couldn't find what was wrong with it, to be honest. Palmer, how's it going? Welcome back. It's in a different box than the box I grabbed. I can show you a picture of what it looks like, though, before I go grab it to see if you're actually interested or not. That one's also half serrated, so we'll start with that. Oh, cool. Here's the actual model that I'm trying to sell. Although it's not brand new, so... And this one's way too much money. As for the launch, genuinely have absolutely no clue what's wrong with it. I couldn't find any issues when I looked through it. It fires just fine. And I'm pretty sure I just sharpened it too, so it's sharp as shit. Oh, you're trying to sleep? Go watch one of my other live streams then. One of the ones where I'm actually sharpening. Okay. So this will change things a little bit. I can no longer ship through USPS for your shipping. Because USPS won't allow you to ship those. That Manx 2 isn't mine. That is a customer's. Okay. I just don't like using UPS personally. USPS is my go-to because they're always fast. Yes, the PM2 below it is mine. And no, that one's not for sale either. Yeah, the MSF 4.0 is around. Once upon a time, it was a Scandi grind. Then the previous owner fucked up and gave it a micro bevel, and then I fixed the micro bevel that they put on there. Well, if we're only laying out knives that I want to get rid of, I can do that. It's going to change a few things though. And this one's sold. This one's sold. This one's mine. This one's for sale though. Although I'm not. I kind of need that thing for testing. So I'll keep it for testing for now. Now that I think about it. It just changes the things that I have put out a little bit. Sometimes people like seeing the expensive stuff. Yeah, it's an S90V. So is my fourth bug out. But I have to keep that Osborne for testing because when I get the washers in, I need to know if they'll fit the Osborne or not. Because if they won't, that changes things a little bit. It's the only Osborne I have, so I'm going to have to keep that for a while. Also, we got a new inbox bug out. Not only that, but the ones in carbon fiber come with S90V. Unless the blade has been swapped. But yeah, these are both in carbon fiber. And they're both in S90V. And I'll be honest, if the washers make that Osborne nice enough, I might just keep it. I don't particularly want to get rid of it. I'm just tired of all the blade play that they constantly have. Nice. I keep telling myself I'm done with Benchmade. They make a good product. Specifically these ones after they have better scales on them. And the Mini Adamas, I love the Mini Adamas. But they changed their font a couple of times. You can never tell what's real and what's fake anymore. And I'm just tired of that. I don't want to go to a pawn shop and see a Benchmade in there and even while handling it, not know if it's fake or not. The only way that I know if they're real is if I sharpen them and they feel right. That's how I know that these two are real. Along with the fact that the logos look right and everything. But it shouldn't take me sharpening them. No, I don't. I haven't been into knives for more than 4 years, so I started this hobby back in mid 22. So in the time that I've been in the hobby, there's been a lot of new shit. Looking that thing up. That is weird looking. It just looks like a wannabe Spyderco. Yeah, I bought this thing from my my knife supplier. I may have access to a few newer or a few more Benchmades here pretty soon. I know what my least favorite Benchmade is. That would be the Narrows with the DLC coated M390. You know what? You would have the money for this now that I think about it. I don't know if you'll have the money for this and the Carruthers, but I've been trying to get rid of this thing for a while. And either nobody can afford it or nobody wants it bad enough. S90V from 2016. One of the first 20 made in-house. It's an Arius. This thing was a beater. It has been heavily used. But yeah, it's one of the first 20 Ariuses made in-house by Bill Koenig. Cerakote finish back before they used DLC, which is why it's so beat up looking. Two-tone. Oh, that hurt. Stab yourself in the finger when you do it wrong. Yeah, I haven't found anybody who can either, one, afford it, because it's sitting at 1,000 right now, or two, wants it. Wow, that's a lot of money. I wouldn't mind having one, but I don't know. So these scales are solid titanium. They don't have the cutouts. This was pre-cutout, so the thing's damn near 6 ounces instead of how much they weigh nowadays at right around 3. Anyway, while it's priced at 1,000 on Blade Binge, I can do Cody, what's up? Let me check something real quick. Calculator. On that, I could do 950. Thing is, it isn't my knife. I have certain numbers that it's on consignment, basically. Certain numbers that the owner will allow me to sell it for. Comes with a COA, if that changes anything. I don't know. Them. I don't know what you mean by them. Yeah, I get it. Don't get me wrong, I understand. It's a lot of money for one that's in that condition. Not really my choice on the matter, though. I'm not saying I would have sold it for a whole lot less, but it comes with that. Ooh. We don't know which one it is. It doesn't have a serial number. They didn't have a serial number back then. But since they're made like right down the street. Well, considering he had it sitting in a box for 9 months before he handed it to me to try and sell it. And then I've been trying to sell it for like 5. He's had it for over a year. And we started at 12. It is a great knife. Thing is, he has a minimum number that he wants for it, and I'm not going to tell you guys what that is, but you know. Squeak. If it makes you feel any better, I highly doubt that it's going to sell before you decide that you want it. What do I think about I think is a great word. I use it often. Very often, even. And welcome back, Commander. Still blows my mind that you're still around. You can do some research on it. Go ahead. I had a post about it on Reddit a couple years ago. And I asked if it was real. Most people said they thought it was fake. One person directed me to send the pictures to Koenig and see what they think. So I did. And they said, yep, it's real. It's one of roughly the first 20 that were made in-house after they separated from Millet. And then I asked if they could get or make a COA for it, and they said sure. And then I drove down and picked it up. It was in significantly worse condition when I got my hands on it. One of these days, I would like to move international. I would love to sell things internationally, but at the moment, I'm just unable to do so. Oh, you didn't even get the rest of the story. This knife was... What state was it? The owner of it had it confiscated by TSA in Colorado, I believe. My buddy bought it in a TSA auction full of a bunch of random shit. I offered him 20 bucks for it. He said, well, shit, if you're offering me 20 bucks for it, it must be worth something. And if I would have gotten it for 20 bucks, I probably would have kept it, if I'm honest. But yeah, some unlucky sucker lost it from TSA. That's unfortunate. Yeah, if I can't legally ship to you, then... Yep, the owner definitely had a bad day that day. Kind of wish I would have offered him like $100 and bought like 4 knives or something, with that being one of them. Would have been a hell of a deal right there. Now, not that I'm trying to sell these two, but it's just fun to have more knives out on the table. Is there anything in these pouches I'm trying to get rid of? Maybe. Yep. Well, I'm not trying to get rid of it, but it is one of my favorite knives. my Para 3 and Maximate. I've got a PM2 and Maximate I am trying to get rid of, though. I love this knife. It's a great user. No, that's 15V. Part of my personal collection. I think the Rex 45, no, that's the Rex 76 that's white. Or is it the Rex 45 that's white? I don't remember. I just want my Sebenza back. I don't think I ever would have gone that low. Oh shit, that blur is gone. There's a CRKT that's also gone, but I need to remember which one it is. Oh, it never got put in here. Okay. I'm just happy with mine the way that they are. With my 20-degree stuff, roughly 20-degree. Holds an edge great. And I haven't broken or chipped any edges of mine. Yeah, brand new in box. Only taken out for pictures. Now, how did you lose a Sebenza? I'd throw hands over that. Oh. Are there cameras in that room? See, stuff like that is about the only reason I can justify buying clones. Where you leave the nice shit at home and you take the fake one out. So at least you know that you have the nice shit. Then there's the other thing was, the fuck are you shooting that's 350 grains? God damn. Well, here is your, you live in the US, right? I'm going to give you some options real quick if you live in the US. Hungary. Damn, I forgot about that. Well, I don't have any options for you then, other than reporting it to the police. Here in the US, you can report something stolen, and then if somebody tries to sell it to a pawn shop, it'll be flagged in their inventory, and the police will come take a look at it. Yep, I think you're one of those few cases where I would say buying a clone is fine, where you have the real one already, or had the real one already, and you just don't want to carry it because people around you are dishonest. I'm not going to say they hold an edge decent because I don't know. I don't have one. The fake Nkosi that I have, which is horribly done, like terrible, terrible fake, doesn't look anything like the real deal. Probably wouldn't hold an edge worth a damn. I only have real Sebenzas, yes. It's one of those knives where I may buy a fake one for it, since I already own two of it. But sometimes I just don't want to use them. I don't know. It's the only thing where I'd say buying a fake one is fine. Is where you already own the real ones. And one, you don't want them stolen. Maybe you don't want to use them heavily because they might get scratches. Well, you need to report it to your boss that somebody's stealing your shit. Anyway, I'm putting the Koenig away because I doubt anybody's going to buy it tonight. Well, I don't have any other ideas for you then. I did my best. I'm doing my part. I didn't do fucking shit. This box was not supposed to have this Koenig in here for as long as it has. this box was supposed to have all of my Grail knives in it. And then now I'm just sitting here with this thing with that knife in it only until it sells. That way it doesn't get scratched any worse than it already is. Oh, and then they're just going to steal that box. Think ahead. Come on. You know what? I might have to keep this one as well until I have those washers finished. Yep, my recommendation is going to be again, I hate recommending people buy fake stuff, but if you decide to get another Sebenza, get another one and get a fake one. Carry the fake one. If it gets stolen, then that sucks, but at least it's only like 70 to $100 instead of 500. Then there's another option. Why did it leave your body? Why did you put it in the box instead of keeping it on you? I don't leave my shit anywhere. My knives are too expensive for me to trust a flimsy little lock. I wouldn't give her shit. You really like the 940 but can't explain why you have it. You have it because you like it. Right? Are you saying you can't explain how you got it, or... Yeah, military grade means the cheapest person that won the contract. Military grade doesn't mean shit. When I carry my Sebenza, other than in my hand, it will never leave my pocket. Well, of course it's cheap crap. It's always the lowest bidder that says they can do it. Okay, use it. Which model did you get? Is it green? Is it carbon fiber? Well, get your shit back, one. I'd say leave it at that, because you don't need to get in trouble for fighting somebody. So you've got this knife. This knife is covered in scratches. And I bought it that way. These things sell for like 180 used. Okay. It's not like a super expensive knife once it's used. Oh, I didn't know they made them with DLC. So it's going to be even less scratched then. DLC doesn't scratch the same way that regular stuff does. So here's going to be my recommendation. If you're going to carry it, carry it. But being that it's likely in S90V, oh yeah, it might be an M4. If it's an M4, is that durable or is that brittle? Oh, you got it aftermarket? Is it in front of you or around where you can see what steel it is? I've never handled M4 personally, so other than sharpening it, never actually used it. M4. Okay. I want to tell you a story. First, let me learn a little bit about M4, and then I'll tell you a story. M4. 6.5 in toughness, 6 in edge retention, and 4 in stainlessness. Okay. We're going to go to the Benchmade website. And I'm going to... I hope they put the origin story of this knife. We're talking about the steel. Okay, so they don't tell you. That's unfortunate. Anyway. This knife was designed, if I'm not mistaken, by a farmer to do stuff around the farm. This is not a light use knife. It was not designed to be babied, but it wasn't designed to be abused. It's a user knife. It was meant to be used on a farm. Short of you using it on a farm, what are you going to do to this thing that the designer didn't plan on? Yeah, if your everyday carry is a Kaiser nice guy, then there's nothing that you're going to do with this thing that you wouldn't be able to do with the other one. But there's nothing you're going to do with the nice guy that this thing won't do either. You ever left any scratches on the nice guy? Greg, what's up? How's it going? My EDC lately has been swapping between You've rusted D2? Shit. Maybe you do need something else. The 940 has partial liners. The liner ends right here. Starts up here, like in this area, and ends right here. But yes, this is not a reverse Tonto. This is a spay blade. That's just what it is. They call it a reverse Tonto to make it fancy sounding. It's just a spay blade. It's a farm knife. That's what it is. I mean, I guess I can show it, yeah. So anything except for MagnaCut at the moment? Okay. Do you want edge retention or toughness? No, not full metal scales. Oh, yeah. Titanium makes full-size titanium scales for this thing, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe Mettenboss does as well. Titanium is not made in the US. Mettenboss is made in Boise, Idaho. Yeah, I carry titanium all the time. I prefer titanium. So there's the liner. Okay, then you're asking for MagnaCut, which is what Spyderco uses in their Salt series. The new Salt series. It's a partial liner. Yeah, it depends on what color handles you're looking at. LC200N was green, and that stuff kind of sucks. MagnaCut is yellow. I'll trust the axis lock. That doesn't mean that I like it, though. It's not my favorite. I prefer a good frame lock because I just like the way that it feels. You do enjoy sharpening. 14C. At 61 to 62 HRC. Yeah. It sucks having to buy them at full price. Yeah, but everything, all the steels that the Triad lock comes in sucks. Damn it, I had a really good steel in mind and I forgot what it was. Let me check. Give me a sec. Oh, no, it was a really good idea. You can go on to the Benchmade website and you can order an Osborne, a custom Osborne. So the regular base model is 240. I don't know what that is, Mac. So you can order a custom 940 in black G10 and Magna Cut for 260. Why don't you buy a newer phone? Because this is a free phone. It is paid off. That'd be interesting to see. So this model right now is 260. And then let's go over to the blade and we'll choose steel. And we're going to scroll over until we hit Magna Cut. So Magna Cut at, I think this stuff is 62 to 64 HRC, which is about where it should be. And G10 scales for 260 bucks, which is actually not terribly priced. Now, if you really want to go all out, you can pick another handle material and you can go with either carbon fiber for an extra 150 or titanium, I think for 210 for 200. No, this stuff is actually heat treated fairly well. Or you can go with S90V for 290, I think. Instead of the carbon fiber one, base model carbon fiber one for 350. I don't dislike that idea. I see how we could make it better though. So Damasteel is RWL34 and I think PRC27. If you went maybe Magna Cut and give me a sec. Let me think. What is another steel that is less? Not S90V. No, we're just talking about modern Damasteel. Replacing replacing the current Damasteel with something better. MagnaCut and guys, what's slightly less? Let me check. Check the Nerd's website. All right, Nerd, what's a stainless steel that's less less corrosion resistant than MagnaCut? MagnaCut is a 9.5. Ooh. M398 would be an interesting choice. So would S45VN. I was thinking S90V. But I'm not so sure on that one. M398's too weak. You know? S45 might be the right option. Maybe even less. S30V. I wonder if how they make Damasteel is patented. ZDP 189. It's not stainless though. Well, Damasteel isn't really stainless either. I saw some Damasteel with rust on it at a pawn shop. CDP 189 is really weak though. Rex 45 is closer, but it's less stainless. Maybe 3V. But then you're not getting the edge retention. Actually, what about 4V? or M4. S110V is really brittle. I want something with a similar similar toughness and similar edge retention to MagnaCut. We're not super worried about corrosion resistance at the moment. Having decent corrosion resistance would be great. Which is where I'm coming up crewwear. I think crewwear is the way to go. Crewwear and MagnaCut can both be heat treated to like 64 HRC. You'll get really good edge retention with a Damascus that has decent toughness. What do you guys think? So MagnaCut's peak edge retention is between like 63 and 65. Crewwear's got claimed on the Knife Steel Nerds website a 5 in edge retention, and so does MagnaCut at 5.5. So what do we think? Actually, crewwear and MagnaCut at 62 HRC, this green line is MagnaCut. This right here is about 62 to 62 and a half. They have about the same edge retention. So I'm thinking MagnaCut and MagnaCut and crewwear. So now we have a question. What company do we go to about this? Do we go to a company about it? Should we just shut the hell up about it and see what we can do in a couple years? Maybe Magnamax takes over with that new steel, since it's new. Maybe we stick with MagnaCut. So what do we think? Well, why would it be practically impossible? Damasteel doesn't do that. They don't forge them. They use them, or they put them together while they're still powder. the company that makes Damasteel doesn't forge weld them. And they have similar properties. Let me check out the heat treat on them and see if the heat treats are similar. If the heat treats are similar, I think it would go a lot better than we think it would. It's AUS. That's how you spell it right there. Crew wear is, yeah, 1850 to 2050. Okay, so both steels have to be stainless then. We got to pick something that's stainless. Because I think it just said that that crew wear is an air quench steel. I think this could lead somewhere, but we need a lot of a lot more looking into it. Victorinox steel sucks. Well, I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure, but I think MagnaCut is plate quenched. So what's another steel that we can plate quench? And then we have the other fun thing of, I think it has to be a CPM steel or a powder steel. Yeah, it has to be a powder steel. So we have MagnaCut, that's a powder steel. You know what really sucks is that MagnaCut is so in the middle of everything, but it's really good at stainless that if I want the other two properties, I have to go for something that isn't stainless. CPM 154. What a disgrace to say this, but 8CR or OS 8. What a horrible thing to even recommend that. What a shame. What do we think about S60V? Not a super common steel at all, but it's got better edge retention than MagnaCut. No shit. Dude, S60V is heat treated similar to Crewwear. Like, really similar to Crewwear. Could be. Okay, so I want to go with S60V. because S60V has pretty good everything for the most part. You can plate quench S60V too. That would be sick, but then you wouldn't get that look. So S60V and MagnaCut, because they can both be plate quenched. And they can both be heat treated up to 65. And then you temper them down to like 63. So instead of being Damasteel at like 60, 59 to 60, you get a high hardness stainless Damascus that would probably work out. Here in about 3.5 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It'll be a 4-hour stream, and then I can go have a muffin for dinner. Because, fuck yeah, muffins. K390 and 3V. That'd probably be pretty good too. It just wouldn't be stainless. Everybody wants stainless nowadays. All right. So those two are paid for. Tomorrow I'll drop by the pawn shop. Fucking chair. And see if I can get a deal going on that one. Yeah, but do they do Damascus with powdered steels? Well, I know they have stainless Damascus, but again, do they work with any powder steels? Because if they don't, then they're not going to be much use to us. Yeah, that knife that's been sitting around in pre-order for almost a year. Yeah, Vegas Forge might be the people to go to. Like the Breslow, I think that's what it's named. I've been waiting for that shit to come out for a while. Roy, we're about to end the stream. Hey Samurai, are you still in here? Just before I end the stream, I have a question for you. Or more of a comment, I guess. Who knows? But MIM seems to be hurry please. I would like to go to bed after eating a muffin. You have 11 minutes starting now. Well, lucky you. Good luck with that. Squeak. Oh, you piece of shit. Nope. Just again, it's going to be the chair. An Australian booty bird. Well, good thing I don't need to have a sharpening choil. I just prefer it. Yeah, I'm sure that this chair would love to break. Well, I find that when my knife isn't sharp and I can barely get down to the heel of the edge, that I'm not a very happy camper. You have 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Yeah, that's definitely not what I do. Squeak! That many Adamas is sold. You can find them for a pretty good deal on eBay though. They're like 140 to 150 right now. I have no Hinderer knives. Just a sec. I don't have a Norseman either. No, I don't want to get into pocket fixed blades. I hate how that pocket Bowie looks, by the way. Genuinely. I saw them doing a giveaway on one of those on Instagram. Had a chance to enter, didn't enter. I genuinely hate how that thing looks. It does not look comfortable at all. I should be, but I'm not. You guys got 45 seconds. And yeah, I saw that new scalpel looking thing. I'll look that thing up and then I'm ending the stream. No thanks. God, I'm allergic to your bullshit. Ugh. That's really heavy for a pocket fixed blade. No thanks. I'm sure it is, but fixed blades aren't my thing. I'm going to go ahead and end it there. Do appreciate you guys showing up. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. Wait for what? I want to go eat a muffin. It's muffin time. The muffin wants to die. Let me eat the muffin so it can die. No, I'm not doing 45 more minutes. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one.